Welcome to opening day, y'all. Of OOTP. Hope everyone is doing well today. Um, okay. All right, y'all. How we doing? I thought today we would finish up where we left off. Okay. I'm gonna stop eating now. Okay. Figured today we would finish up where we left off on our last stream. I haven't progressed anything. That is going to be a change between this year and last year. I think in the past I'd done full playthroughs on stream, where every moment that I was playing this game, I was doing it on stream. That will not be the case this year. I want to keep the stream to about one a week still, unless like I blow up but we are at July 1st. I alluded to this on Bluesky, but we had a very horrendous month of June, and thank you, Tree Planter, for following. I appreciate your follow. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday or whatever time or day it is where you are at. But we were 7-21 in the month of June. We were god awful. And we had a couple injuries. Let's see if we can go there. We've had a couple injuries. The big one being Byron Bruxton, which no shock. The shock is that he played through the first month without getting hurt. Eventually that caught up with us a little bit. We overperformed, but Byron Buxton got hurt, which unfortunately for us hurt our overall offense, because we were pretty good. I mean, we were about third or fourth in offense when he got hurt, and now we're about 11th. So but we sit at 42 and 45. Go to standings. We do sit at 42 and 45, fourth place in the Central, off that 7-21 month. We are now 7 games back of Cleveland for the Central Division lead, and we're also about 4 games back in the wild card. We're also behind the Rays, Detroit, the A's, and the Yankees. So we got 4 teams between us and Toronto. The Yankees also have had a bit of a free fall, being 1-9 in their last 10. So not a great month for the Twins, but we are 15th in runs, 20th in ERA, so obviously middle of the pack. We sit. We do have a couple people sitting in the Bailey Ober has been the surprise of the season for us. See what kind of contract he's got. He is arbitration eligible. Sitting at 5 years major league service time, so he does have 1 more year of arbitration. Look, he's looking at a $9 million estimate, which I'm not gonna lie, not real excited about. But so far in the year, the walks are down to where they always are. He has very good control. The strikeouts are lower than they actually on pace with last year. Comparing this year and last year, because the numbers look very similar from a distance. As you can see, he cut down on his home run rate almost in half. Walks per 9 down a little bit. Strikeouts the exact same. BABIP down about 30 points. So fewer base runners, giving up fewer home runs. He's only given up 10 in 102 innings, where he gave up 31 in 146. So we can look at his expanded stats. We can see that his FIP is down a run and a half. So pitches are the same, 88 pitches per 9. Looking at the advanced stats, we don't have a season-to-season comparison of that yet, but his swing rate is good. His zone rate is very high. Whiff is kind of low, so he's not getting a lot of swings and misses. That's not ideal. But he's pitching very well. We could trade him at the deadline, see what we could get. I don't want to gut the team though, but for this month, we are at July 1st. So our focus for this stream will be getting through the Rule 4 first year player draft and the trade deadline. So literally this whole stream will probably just comprise of the month of July. I'm looking at about 3 hours. Obviously, it shouldn't take that long, but I do want to take a look at our pitching staff in terms of usage. This is something I'm tracking for year 1. It does look like the usage has been pretty good. As far as bullpen usage goes, Taylor Rogers leads my team in appearances with 44 across 36 innings. Justin Topa at 44 appearances in 43 innings. Mick Abel, Cole Sands, and so consistency across the board in relief appearances. This is good. Andrew Morris leads my team in appearances. In innings pitched from the bullpen role with 60. He has been in the bullpen the whole year pretty much. He has made no starts. So all those are in relief. This is very informative to me. This is how I want to look at things going forward. He's been solid at half run. He's probably pitched more innings than my number 5 starter. Well, we've had some injuries in the pitching staff, so all 5 of my starters are getting tired. So I do wonder if my pitchers are a bit overworked or just slightly tired as a way of life at the big league level. As I look through, we can look, it's a little bit of that. So maybe we are overusing our pitchers a little bit. Let's take a look at another team. I want to take a look at the Braves for comparison. Yeah, so Chris Sale's 102 innings. I don't have a pitcher over. Okay, I have two over 100. Joe Ryan at 100 and Bailey Ober at 102. This could play a role. Maybe we need to go to a more let's make a few changes. Let's make a few changes with how we've managed our pen. First off, I really think we're going to move. Well, we have Mick Abel as a backup here. Let's look at his usage. Mostly one inning outings. He's had a couple back in May where he was pitching. He had a 4-inning. That might have been his start, actually. Yeah, that was his start. We had to start him once. So he's only pitching 4. So what's happening is I think we're overworking our bullpen. And I want to see how another team. Let's look at the pick a team at random. Okay. Yeah, so teams are using 1 to 2. So we're just gonna get rid of the specialist. Let's go to this setup. And then we'll have two setup and then 2 Andrew Morris we're gonna use as or emergency starter. There we go. We'll kind of go with this setup. I have 3 lefties in my bullpen. So we're going to use more often normal usage and then use these 2. Let's try this setup for a while. Let's see if that relieves some of the pressure off of a few guys in the bullpen. So, because everybody's slightly tired, except for Cole Sands and Cody Funderburk, who has not pitched since 29. I want to take a look at some box scores. Let's see. Okay, Ryan 4 2/3, Morris 3 1/3, Matthews had a 1-pitch outing or a 1-inning outing. Ryan had a very good outing. He's just not pitching enough right now. Let's see his outings. This is our supposed number 1 starter. His numbers are, he's gone from 3.5 stars to 3 now. Looking at his pitching stats. And I'll look at game log. He did have a big chunk of the year around mid 4s. It's steadily going down. He's pitching his best baseball. He had probably his best game. His last start, 6 1/3 against Colorado. He only gave up 1 hit and 21 batters faced with 1 walk. 90 pitches, game score 75. That was his best outing. 3-9 record, but that doesn't really mean a lot. He's not pitching enough innings. Like he looks like he's averaging about 5 to 6 per start, settling in that 5 range. It looks like when we sort these. I wish you could sort these outings, but so we're gonna make some modifications. Get rid of the specialists. Go back to more traditional relievers. Lineup wise, I don't think there's a lot I can do right now. If we sort by OPS plus, Cody Clemens has been our best offensive player in terms of OPS plus. 306, 377, 484. He does play a lot, 67 games, 67 appearances. He does have 30 starts. So he started about a third of our games. And then Matt Wallner's had a pretty good season for us, 123. The WAR is kind of low because position adjustment and his overall lack of defense, but he's been very good for us. And then Roden has been good, very good surprise here. Mid-season call up. He's played in about half our games. 357 on base with 7 home runs, 1.5 WAR already. So if he keeps that up, he'll have a good year. Even that's all with a very low BABIP. So I bet his batted ball metrics are not great. So that's why his BABIP is so low. But in terms of 3-2 outcomes, pretty solid home run to fly ball ratio, middle of the pack there. But walk strikeouts is where he's excelled. He's done a real good job of making contact. So unfortunately, I think his exit velocity being low will probably affect his overall power, which is pretty low. He's not a TTO player. So another guy who could be a leadoff batter. For it. And he's a good left fielder defensively. That kind of contributes to things. Keyshaw has been up and down, but he's sitting very solidly at a 253, 364 on base. Another guy who draws a lot of walks. This team is well built in terms of drawing walks. Royce Lewis, solid. Josh Bell is a trade candidate for us. Guy who makes very good contact when he does, and so 270 average, been very good. Ryan Jeffers is also having a solid year. Again, another guy who can His batted ball metrics aren't the best, but he does have a good, and he's been a good defensive catcher, which actually doesn't really track. Right now, our black hole's in the middle of the infield. Our starting shortstop was to start the year, and again, this is all overview. So, our starting shortstop to start the year was Ryan Kreidler, who was okay defensively. He doesn't qualify, so he doesn't really have any metrics there. He got hurt pretty early, it looks like, in the first month. But this was our shortstop, and he was the only guy we had who could play competent defense. Looks like defensively he was very competent, but he can't hit a lick. 81 OPS plus, which honestly, like, was a win for us. But he was our starting shortstop. Now we're running with Brooks Lee, who is kind of a journeyman at this point. Not a journeyman, but he's kind of a super utility guy. He can play pretty much every position. I remember him last year. I think we had him on our Cardinals save. But he's been dreadful offensively. But his numbers aren't terrible. His expected slugging is almost 60th percentile. Batting average, he's hitting the ball hard. He's just looks like he may have been done in by. Look at his. Let's go back to Brooks Lee. Look at his batting stats. BABIP at 242, but his career BABIP is 251. So, for whatever reason, throughout his whole career and 900 plate appearances, he just seems to hit the ball at the defenders, and that's kind of a problem. But he's already now a -1 WAR, so that's a position that if we were contending, we would take a look at. And maybe I should have taken a look at it when we were going well, but I didn't know if I could just. First off, shortstops are hard to get. Second of all, I didn't know if we were going to be contending this year, so I didn't want to buy when. I didn't want to buy necessarily, so. But and then the other one, black hole, is Austin Martin. He's basically replacement level. Literally a non-factor on offense. 203, but he does have a 300 on base, which is fine, That's at that spot in the lineup, I will take a 300 on base. He had 374 on base last year. So. He does have some ability on offense. Most of it's just around drawing walks. He's in the 84th percentile in drawing walks. I bet if you look at our team as a whole, team stats, we are second in the AL in walks. We're sixth in the AL in on base, ninth in runs scored. So the issue we have is we're 13th in home runs, 10th in extra base hits. So the issue we're having offensively is that I don't have impact bats. The only real impact bat I have is Matt Wallner. Maybe James Outman. You could say 228. Yeah. Basically, we have two impact bats. James Outman and Matt Wallner. With Royce Lewis contributing a decent clip, but so with that being said, we're going to go ahead and sim. The first year player draft is in 10 days. We looked at our team. So the players we're going to trade block, and I'm going to do it at or near the All-Star break. Let's take a look at the current trading block. It's starting to build up with some players. Okay, so if we were looking at it, obviously Kim from the Braves would be a candidate for us, but if you look at like how he's performed this year, huge drop off from when he was 25 games with the Braves last year. Speaking of the Braves, by the way, they finally got their shit together with their TV stuff. So I can now watch the Braves this year for the first time in 15 years, I think. Every day. I dropped cable like 12 or 13 years ago, and hadn't really been able to watch them every day because I live in their TV market. And thank the heavens for the decline of the RSN, right? I'm going to turn down my music in my earbuds. If I can hear myself think. I feel like I'm shouting at y'all right now. Okay. I want to keep my voice above the okay. But if we were contending, Kim would be a trade candidate. We would probably look to upgrade the center of our diamond. Also available is Marcell Ozuna, who I didn't know he signed with Pittsburgh. For $10.5 million, no less. Yeah. So yeah, it's a pretty friendly market. Now, I think what I'm going to do is throw some players on the trade block now. And what we're going to do is I'm going to do this. We're going to look at players who are going to be free agents after the year. So actually, we want to go back to team overview. Go to front office salaries. The big one being, we can't put Pablo Lopez on there because he's injured. He's going to be out for a while. It looks like he's going to be out until the middle of next year. And we probably will not bring him back. Byron Buxton largely for the same reasons. Plus, he does have a little bit of he will help us like locally with like getting butts and seats, which but the three I have that I'm definitely going to put on the block: Jeffers, Joe Ryan, Josh Bell. And then let's see. And then maybe we can slip a trade for like a slightly used like Cody Clemens, but he's still under team control for a while, and he looks like a pretty good asset for us. So he's played really well, at least through the first half of this year. And he was decent last year for the Twins. So he's got some, and then who else? Yeah, I think maybe if we can get a deal for Simeon Woods Richardson, but I don't think there's going to be much of a market for him. He is young and under team control, but I just don't know there's much of a market. I don't know if I want to give him 2.6 million for what he's going to give me. So maybe we put him on the market too, but let's make these moves. So we're going to take Ryan Jeffers, and I am going to make him on the block. Jeffers, Joe Ryan, Josh Bell. So, and honestly, this is best case scenario because all three of these players have played well. Jeffers has been a surprisingly good catcher. Well, not surprisingly good. He's playing about as well as he did last year. Numbers are fairly similar across the board, almost exactly the same. And you know, outside, and of course he's 29, so so he's not getting younger. And then anybody else I want to take a look at possibly placing on the block. I mean, maybe I can talk a team into taking on Royce Lewis. But let's see if we can, and that's just because he has a big arbitration number for next year. But again, team control, right? So I don't want to, you know, I think the three I have right now, and then as we get closer, maybe we can convince a team who needs some relief help to take on like a and I would say even Bailey Ober I would put on the block because I think he's outperforming his numbers from the past few years. Maybe we can put him on there and see if we can make a move there. But and then the other one, James Outman is someone also we could place on, but he's under team control, I think. Yes. Oh no, 3.8 million ARB number. I think with the players I have right now, I may go ahead and put James Outman on the block as well. So we're going to go ahead and block him because I think he would provide. Let's put him on the block. There we go. So we're going to try to make some moves to improve our farm system. And then we will figure this out. Let's go ahead and sim for the rest of the week. First year player draft is the 11th. Okay. All right, so we already have a team interested in Ryan Jeffers. So the Pirates are wanting Ryan Jeffers and a 1.18 million. I cannot do the trade on money. I don't have. Also, do not want to take any flyers on, no matter how good he's playing in rookie ball, any flyers on anyone under the age of 18, just because of how long their development cycle is. Also, don't like Custodio as a player right here. Even though his batted ball numbers are really good in AAA, obviously, I don't think that matters as much as his overall ratings. He's going to hit for good average, but his gap power, and he's going to be driven by BABIP. And that's not really a reliable way to look at this. So I think if that's the best player they're going to get me, now I know, hey, look, the Pirates want Ryan Jeffers. So I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind. I want to take a look at their team. Look at the Pirates. Obviously, their starting catcher is Joey Bart, who is. That's a position that can be upgraded. They are in contention, so they're not totally silly for giving this up. But what I want to take a look at is their farm. And specifically, who do they have? Doesn't look like they have a lot. And it doesn't look like they have a whole lot. Their top prospect is Seth Hernandez, number 8 overall. Probably won't be able to get him for a. And again, there's a lot to like here. P-BABIP at 50, that's fine. My concern with him would be he's going to be a fly ball pitcher, but he has really good stuff and decent control. Obviously, he's got a lot of development. But I'm looking at this also, and I see, you know, Tyler Alexander. Well, he's 31. 27, 25, 25, 24. Yeah. Jeter Martinez does not have a good makeup. Of course, I'm looking at, let's look at all players. Okay. Garcia. Well, he's 23. I like his corner outfield ability. He's playing really well in AAA. Potentially an average bat across the board. But Daryl Morrill. Low average defensively. Again, that's going to matter to me in this save. So, what about Alexander? He'd be a third baseman in my world. So 55 defense. Could be in a corner outfielder too. Alfonso. Poor offense. But Tony Blanco. All he can do is slug. Their farm system's right middle of the pack. Which tracks. Could I convince him to part with Edward Florentino? Because I think he would be the one I would want. Impact bat, good BABIP number, average eye, a little below average on the strikeout rate, but he's someone who can walk. He's shown a good walkability in the minor leagues, good batting numbers. He would be a corner outfielder. Pair him with Walker Jenkins. Maybe. He would be the impact bat, with Walker being the more of the all-around bat. Yeah, I just don't see a lot here. So we're going to hold on to that. I'm not going to take that trade. We'll go ahead and sim through the next week. Okay. Herniated disc for Simeon Woods Richardson. He's out for 2 weeks. We will go ahead and put him on the injured list. And then we'll go ahead and call up. We could call up John Klein. A little on the old side. He's pitched well. Obviously, or the move might actually be just to bring back Julian Merriweather. and just move some guys around in the rotation. So actually, we're gonna go ahead and promote him up, and we'll just DFA him again because I think he's out of options. So what we're gonna do is, oh, this is still the Pirates. Okay. So obviously, we're gonna go ahead and put. I'm gonna go ahead and slide Andrew Morris into the rotation. Because he's pitched well enough. He's pitched better than pretty much all my other options. So and we'll slide Morris into that spot so we don't mess up the yeah, because Connor Prowlip did pitch on the 29th. We're just not gonna mess with that right now. Well, we're gonna move Andrew Morris into the rotation. So okay, moving on. What the important message? Go next. Oddly enough, we did improve a little bit. Oh, Royce Lewis, Player of the Week. That's actually the second time he's won it this year. I believe that's the second time he's won it this year. Let's see. Yeah, he won it back in April. We're still in fourth place, 45 and 46. We're now 3 games out of the last wild card. But again, we're behind the Tigers and the Yankees. And we're actually pretty even with the A's and the Tampa Bay Rays. Really, the only 2 teams that are really out of it, I would say, are the two Texas teams, the Astros and Tigers. But since we're honing in on the first year draft, yeah. But by the way, taking a look at our top prospects, we might be making some moves here in the next few months because Walker Jenkins is just about ready to come up. His numbers look solid. His batted ball profiles aren't great. That's the only thing that's holding me back, but he is producing a lot of value here, just like a walk to strikeout rate. We are coming up on ads, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is quickly sim through because we're not gonna make any moves right now, unless we want to bring up either of these guys. And Kalen Culpepper might actually just be an upgrade over Martin, just in terms of player ability. So, The only thing he doesn't really do is walk. But so we are coming up on some Twitch ads. So if you are hanging out over on YouTube, we will pause the stream for about a minute for free. I'll eat this last Pop Tart, and I'm gonna go ahead and pause the stream. Or actually, I'm gonna go ahead and play this week, and then we'll go ahead. Okay, so we lost a bunch of games in a row. Okay, so we're at the first year draft. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the stream here. I'm gonna take a quick ad break. We draft third, and we'll take a look at the draft. We'll look at it. We looked at it the last stream or the first stream we did. But I'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. We're gonna do the draft and see who we can get. I'll see y'all soon. Okay, we're back. Hopefully. I have a feeling I might be having some audio issues, but which um and I think it's just weird. Like I think maybe if I just restart it'll be fine, but oh well. Anyways, back to our spreadsheet baseball. Hello. Um, we're back to looking at spreadsheets. We are at the draft. So again, let's kind of take a survey of the land now. We'll drop back. Still not a lot of movement. We fell back a little bit further in the wild card race. The Yankees figured it out. We kind of leveled out now, 5-5. I will take though 46 and 50 through 96 games. I will take that. I mean, ideally we would be at. We haven't embarrassed ourselves quite yet. So that's kind of that's where we're at now, 46 and 50. Not a lot of games have played, so it's kind of hard to get a read on anything. It still looks like our whole team is tired. It might just be how we're using our starting pitching. Which we've had a lot of starters this year. Oh shoot. One of these bozos can. Oh, he can't. 30. They probably need to have like a 40 stamina to be a long reliever. Oh, he can. He's 25. 35. 30. Yeah, I'm wondering if a more traditional bullpen setup might be in our benefit, but it shouldn't matter that much. Oh. He hasn't. Well, he pitched a little bit. I might be overthinking things. Yeah, that is definitely different than last year because I had this same setup right now as I did last year, and my stopper would pitch like he would probably already have like 75. He would probably already have like 60 appearances. And right now, this year, if you look, my leader in appearances is 49. So it is something I want to take a look at because this should not happen. And it's probably because my starters aren't going very far into the game. So I'm wondering if maybe we should pull the aggressive tiredness hook off of all our pitchers. Or do I need more pitchers on my team? Let's take a look at this. But I think every team has, yeah, pretty much every team is carrying. We're just doing a quick survey. Pretty much every team is carrying 13 pitchers. So that's not it. Well, the Cardinals are in a similar boat. and they're not getting a lot of value out of there. So I guess I guess I'm overthinking it. Is I think that's the moral of the story here. Go back to our team. We just need better pitchers. Starting pitching is very important. You don't realize that until you're in a position where you have to draft. Until you have to burn out your bullpen every year. All right. Again, look at our lineup. Royce Lewis is still on fire. I haven't missed anything. Yeah, I mean, really the only two players who haven't really contributed anything are right through the middle of the diamond, which kind of important. So I think what we could do, I want to take a look at something. He signed through 2026 on a minimum salary. This is literally his first season, but he is 27 and he was 20. Okay, so he has some big league experience. A lot of big league experience. He should be better than this. What's 244 BABIP? And he's not really making good contact. And he's kind of a liability defensively because he can only play one position, and it's not even that premium of. And yeah, okay, so I might make a move around Austin Martin and just getting rid of him. He's a placeholder, anyways. I'm wondering if he has any trade value. Let's see. Let's see if there's any takers. I mean, I will take pitching. Yeah, it seems like there's not even like a high ceiling player who has like 1 star or something like that. It's pretty much here. You're gonna get like a 5th starter for him. Could make a move for like Dylan Lee or something like that. What would he be his arbitration? Wait, let me see his contract. He is, well, he's on. Okay. He should be a, yeah. So he won't even be eligible for arbitration for another couple of years. So, okay. Let's do the draft first before we figure out what to do with our second base situation. All right, let's read this important message. All right. None of this has mattered. We do have the 3rd overall pick. Yeah. It's very much a shortstop pitching friendly draft. Draft Central, we're going to look at the draft pool or the draft, well, Let's take a look at the. I guess they're not publishing mock drafts anymore. Yeah, we're picked third. Draft pick changes. Draft lottery. We should have had the fifth pick, so we ended up benefiting. Oh, a bunch of teams lost picks. That's why. We have the sixth pick afterwards, so. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Let's go ahead and go in the draft. Well, start draft. Okay. 1-1 is the Chicago White Sox. And they own yep. So let's see who they take. They will take Grady Emerson from Fort Worth Christian. Committed to TCU. The Tampa Bay Rays will take Alex Harrington, another shortstop. Looks like the best shortstop in the draft. Low work ethic, though. He went to Tampa at the second overall pick. And we are on the board. Now, our top player on our board is Brady Harris, who I don't like as a center fielder. He's actually a left fielder. And I feel like you shouldn't take a left fielder third overall. So this is a draft where I kind of want to load up on pitching. Now, we do have, I believe, a $7 million, 7.98. So I'm not going to go too much above $8 million with this pick. Meaning someone like Jensen Hirschkorn will probably be not on our board, even though probably, like, in a perfect world, he'd be the guy I take here. 55 stamina. No, none of his stuff is elite, but he got a good work ethic, and he has a potentially big arm. Like, we're talking, he can potentially hit 100. Like, that could be the pick if I was, like, worried about, like, but the sortable list, overall, the best player is Cholowski. Is probably the best. There's a bunch of like star and a half players already, so this is definitely going to be something where we probably just take the. Oh, yeah. We're not going to get Will. So Cam Flukie. Too many red flags. He's a college junior, which kind of fits with like how you want to draft, anyways. In terms, as far as signability goes, he might be the pick, or even like Jackson Flora, another college pitcher. Low work ethic. So what we can do, we can also ask our scouting director. He recommends Brady Harris. And honestly, I don't love the pick, just because his outfield arm prevents him from, I think if this is going to be my pick, right? First off, it's a bit of a reach, but he won't be there round 2, more than likely. I feel like a 4-star overall player who has signability issues because his bonus demand is $10.5 million, and he's not going to sign for slot. And I would rather stay at slot. And then I also want to load up on pitching. As I look at my roster team as a whole and my organization as a whole, pitching is a black hole right now. Pitching is a bit of a hole. Admittedly, also, I don't have very many good shortstops either. I'm really leaning towards Cam Fluky, but he's got too many red flags. He's got too many red flags. And then Jackson Flora has low work ethic. So we might be forced to either take Jensen Hirschkorn here, who is a $10.5 million. And again, pitching at this point in the draft, I don't want to take high school pitcher. That's something, usually you don't do that. This might be a situation where I do listen to my scout, but what about Jason DeCaro? I think if I go down, I might just take Jason DeCaro. He does not have good stuff, though, but I see home runs allowed. He's got good movement skill and very good control to kind of make up for the overall lack of stuff. So I think Jason DeCaro will be the safe pick for us. He's already 2 stars, so he probably would start in A-ball. Maybe do a half season of rookie league. And $6.5 million, he would go under slot. What about Coleman Borthwick? He's a high school pitcher. Not a lot of red flags. Kind of a poor man's Crane, if you will, or DeCaro. I think I'd rather have DeCaro than Borthwick. And then other players down the list. I don't think I would consider anyone below like Tyler Spangler here, and he's got too many red flags. I am going to go with DeCaro from North Carolina. I like the BABIP skill. That'll be fine. I love the movement and control. He doesn't have big velocity, but he could develop. He's got 4, and he's also got 4 average pitches. So obviously, the big thing we would want to work on with him is maybe stuff. And his stuff is getting at least one of these pitches to like a 60. If maybe he can develop that. But I'm going to go ahead and draft Jason DeCaro. With the 3rd pick. That might be a bit of a reach, I think. Now let's round out the top 5. The Giants will take Brady Harris. If I wanted an impact bat, I would take him, but like again, the 55 arm, I don't want to take a left fielder. 5 overall goes to the Pirates, and they're taking Roch Cholowski from UCLA. Another player I kind of liked him more as a 3rd baseman, but he can actually He's got some ability at shortstop. His actually infield ratings are actually all pretty good. Game likes him more as a third baseman. He can also play left field. All right, we'll do the top 10. Justin LeBron from Alabama. Jacob Lombard, a lot of shortstops. Ace Reese from Mississippi State. A lot of good traits, a lot of bad traits. I don't know about that one, to be honest. Braves are taking Liam Peterson from Florida. Very good pick for them. And the Rockies are taking Spangler from, and he's got a lot of red flags, but he's a very highly rated player. That's your top 10. Go ahead and draft through. Round 2. My scout really likes Malachi Washington here. And again, very good corner outfielder. He's very similar to Brady Harris. Very similar. And he gives us the impact bat that we are looking for. That pick. Okay. Kyle Johnson, starting pitcher. He's got some batting rate. He could be a potential two-way player. He's got really good power. I ain't too keen on two-way players, just for obvious reasons. Because I think you only have so much time to develop, and you can either be a pitcher or a batter. I'm actually gonna get out of this. Hold on, y'all. Taking my clothes off on stream. I'm burning up. So Kyle Johnson looks like a pretty solid pick here. But I don't know. I would like him if he's gonna play two ways. I'd like for him to have high work ethic. Brady Kane, another. He's a non-starter because of his lack of work ethic, and then Kevin Roberts Jr. Another potential two-way player who is more of a right fielder, actually, in terms of arm. Probably his best position's left because of his lack of quality glove. He'd have to develop his defense a little bit. Me. I think, I'm not going to lie, I like Malachi Washington here. See what my scout thinks. My scout is in line with me, but I'm going to look through kind of the overall draft board and see if there's anyone who's like speaking to me. Easton Autry. Definitely a TTO player. Big power, decent eye, will strike out a lot. Big frame, probably will end up being a first baseman where he's actually really good defensively. This is actually a potentially, I kind of like this pick. What is his signability? 850K. And we are, let me go back to draft rules. This pick is a 1.9 million slot. So they recommend Malachi Washington. I do like Malachi Washington as a player. But again, I kind of want some attributes that'll get developed. Also the less I can spend on Yeah. I want to see something. What is OSA? Okay, OSA doesn't really. OSA has a good opinion. My scout likes this guy. He's an impact bat, which we're gonna need. He's also a plus defender. He can be a plus defender in left or right. Again, the lack of arm makes him a left fielder. Which I kind of shied away from in the last round. Let's go to draft pool. Easton Autry, I like. We can't sign any of these guys. Kevin Roberts. Two-way player. I'm going to shy away from two-way players for now. I don't know how they will work in this game. Let's see. Advincula, the second baseman. Not good enough defensively. If you're going to play in the middle of the field, you got to be good defensively. Let's see. And then a whole host of three-star players. So this might be one where I kind of assemble information from my scouting department, because there's no one kind of up here that I'm like really excited about, except for Easton Autry. And I don't even like him that much. He's a first baseman. And I kind of don't want to take a TTO with his only like plus ability is power. I actually do think Malachi Washington is the better fit for me personally. He can play defense, and I just left the draft. So this one I'm gonna listen to my scout, and I'm gonna take Malachi Washington because again, gap power is high, gap this high. BABIP is above average. He's below average in terms of avoiding strikeouts, but it's not super bad. The only thing that he has going against him is he has low leadership, which and not a lot. There's no red flags in his personality, and I can get him for under slot. So I'm going to go ahead and slide and drag in Malachi Washington here. And we will draft him. And we will go ahead and auto draft we're supplemental second round pick. Kevin Roberts is here. Another similar player here at the top of the board. $800,000 demand, which 1.1, so he would be under slot. Let's look at these players now. Easton Autry is an interesting one. This is where I can pull the trigger here because he's on the board. So Kevin Roberts, we just drafted that position. Now he might be more of a right fielder, whereas Malachi Washington might be more of a left fielder. Now the problem is who do we have in our organization right now who's coming up to the show right soon? If he pans out, Walker Jenkins can play right field. So, in fact, we need to get his right field ability up. So I'm thinking, while we're on the subject of him, we're going to 4-star him in right now. There, he's going to be a right fielder now. Get him some at bats. We'll probably bring him up after the All-Star break. He's pretty much almost ready to come up. We got to get him some experience in right field. Get him up while we can, basically. So in terms of like where we're getting at, and then also if we look again at who we have in our infield, we have Luke Keyshaw, elite first baseman, but look at this. He can actually play a little bit of center as well, but he's a first baseman. And of course, we could use Autry as a D. Also, Keyshaw is a interesting player in that he's not your traditional like power hitting first baseman. So his value is actually suppressed a little bit by his lack of power. He only has 8 home runs. Career high is 8, and actually his first second big league season. So let's go back to the draft. Draft Central. So we can draft Roberts. Dallas, don't love here. I think if we can get better players, let's look at Tyler Bell. He's a second baseman. He's got really good attributes. He's a college senior, which he's got a very good like leadoff hitter profile. He's a second baseman though. And again, that's not a position I want to use super early in the draft. Like, especially since he's not like, he doesn't have any special, like he's got good gap power and good BABIP, but it's stuff that looks like could be some development. But he's got good like clubhouse ability, if you will. But I think I could have him a little later. And it's very true. He's got a pretty low ceiling, so I'm leaning towards Easton Autry, and I think that's where I'm going. Yeah. We're going to take Easton Autry here. And we're going to go ahead and get this. Look at this. Oh, did someone take no. I'm going to say, did someone take like someone took him, but Tyler Bell, yeah, he was taken by Colorado, 3rd round. Kevin Roberts is here, 800,000. Again, we're gonna get him under slot. And again, we're looking at this from a standpoint of I don't really like any of the top guys that are above him. Anyways, Ben Blair, nope. I think we're going to really go hard on pitching later in the draft. There's been a run on pitching in this draft. As I'm looking at this, teams are going hard on pitching. There's been a run, and that kind of checked out when we did the pre-draft analysis here. We looked at it, and it was very much a pitching and shortstop-driven draft. You see that round 1, a lot of shortstops were taken. And in the last couple rounds, we've had a run on, by the way, starting pitching. Between the first 20 picks of the second round, I was the only one who did not take a pitcher. In fact, we have not. Well, we took Takaro. Okay, let's look at the draft pool looks like. No one's taken Will Brick, largely because he's unsignable. But Kevin Roberts is the second one. Dominic Santarelli here. Traditional like corner outfielder. I wonder if he could play first base. Not really. Not really. I'd like for him to learn first base because I don't like. But again, when you're looking at abilities here, but I think Kevin Roberts here is the pick. 6'5", 215, really good frame. Can play. He can play left or right. Looks like better right fielder. You like Santorelli? Wait. Oh wait, we just. Oh yeah. I like his bat. I like his bat. But I don't love his defense here. I mean, yeah, he certainly has every attribute with the big power, which in this point in the draft you may not get. What's his sign ability then? 1.6, so he's a little above slot. Roberts is a little better. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going to. Better overall power, better overall hitter, and the defense carries. I just wonder if I can kind of get. I wonder if we can kind of say don't use the pitching numbers here because he's got some ability as a pitcher, which I don't even want to tap into. These pitching numbers aren't good enough, and it would take away from his abilities as a hitter, I think. I wonder if. Okay, so we're definitely going to go ahead and go with Kevin Roberts here overall. And we're going to get him under slot too, which we got to save money. We got to pinch pennies a little bit because we are kind of at the edge of our budget right now. So Kevin Roberts, 4th pick of the 3rd round. Auto draft again. Taking a look, just kind of from a positional analysis here, what other teams are doing. It looks like it's starting to be a little more diverse as we head into the 3rd round. Santorelli is still there, probably because of that big slot number. Admittedly, it's only 600,000, so I probably won't take him at all. Bo Peterson here at the top of the board here. We're just going to take a look at him. Good loyalty, good work ethic, position diverse. Looks like he could play 6'3", 205, below average catcher defense. Looks like a first baseman, or a fringe left fielder. And he's got some pitching ability. Kind of a jack of all trades here. And a good quality Texas name. Let's look at CJ Sampson though. Another two-way prospect, actually. Good hitting numbers. The stuff might be an issue. Obviously, low velocity here. A bit of a yikes. And then Santorelli. So actually, I think what I'm going to do now is start going to what round are we in? 4, yeah. So we still want to kind of draft these. After the 5th round, we can start kind of leaning on my scout a little bit here. But I think since we had to pay these guys bonuses, I want to take a look at them. Let's look at Eric Booth. Speed guy. Not good enough defensively to play center field though. So he won't be drafted. Braden Harris, did we already look at him? Yes. Don't love Braden Harris. Let's see. Ryan Harwood. Intrigued. I'm intrigued. The Caden Markham. Not gonna lie, he looks like a reliever. Let's see. Carthy. DJ Sampson. Sampson is someone who I would draft here. This might be my pick here. I'm intrigued by these ratings. Contact, high contact, above average power, and he's got some abilities of first baseman, corner outfielder. Like if the bat develops. Fourth round's a good spot for that. He doesn't have much of a signing bonus either. All right, let's kind of okay. Landon Stump. Okay, so obviously I don't. There's not really like none of these guys really wow me. I feel like if I had a little more financial flexibility, I probably would just take Santarelli here. But his asking price is a little high for me. And I think we would have to. Let's go back to Draft Central. Yes, he would double my like Peterson. Yeah. Oh, Bo Peterson. Yeah. Yeah, because I think he was the first guy we looked at, and he's got like he doesn't have quite the he's kind of the opposite of the starter we looked at. Is it Stump? No, it wasn't Stump. It was Sampson. He's kind of the opposite, except like his stuff isn't trash. I think yeah. I kind of forgotten about, and also Bo Peterson has work ethic, which means that he could probably handle playing both ways even. But I think his stuff will keep him. I wonder what his pitching ratings are. Yeah, the stuff would keep him from really developing anything. Obviously, I probably wouldn't want him to be a pitcher. 30 stuff just ain't gonna cut it. But good bat. And looking at his defensive ratings, he's someone we would have to expose to a bunch of positions. He's got a good arm, which being a pitcher, yes, but he's someone we would want to play at first, third, left, and right. Because again, average right fielder, that could be. This is a guy I would want on my bench, to be honest. I would like this guy on my bench. Like right-hand bat, you can platoon him against lefties. I would imagine that in the future we could see. Do they do? Okay, emergency catcher, yeah. So, damn it, I did it again. Yeah, so and he's also the guy my scout's going to recommend. So we're going to go ahead and draft him, and he comes in under slot. So, okay, so we take Bo Peterson. Very much a Texas name, if you ask me. When you think of, like, if you were to guess where Bo Peterson would be from, you're saying Texas. Okay. And we'll go ahead and auto pick for a while. And then look at that in the next round, we can just go ahead and take Samson. So we're going to get both of the guys we kind of earmarked that we kind of liked. So I do like Javorsky Lane Jr., but he's intriguing as a super utility player. But I think I like, what about? We're going to have to make a run on pitching at some point. We're going to have to make a run on pitching. We've only drafted one pitcher because I'm going to go ahead and take, well, I guess CJ Sampson would be a good one here. Yeah. He'll have to develop some stuff at the big league level, but he's got good movement and control. So maybe the stuff will develop. He doesn't have the work ethic though. Maybe we can. Okay, so that concludes the portion of the draft where we're going to really hone in on. And we can also look here at the draft pool too. But now we can't take players who are going to go for slot. All right. Go ahead and auto draft. I'm gonna look at Braden Harris real quick. Kind of similar pitching wise to the last guy we took. I like his personality traits, which, so I'm actually going to ignore my scouts recommendations and go ahead and take Braden Harris. The Isaac Morton, not too keen on taking relief pitchers. 35 stamina though, like if I'm going to take a reliever, 35 to 40 stamina, obviously I don't want to take anybody with like 25 stamina. This guy's very much a relief pitcher. But I think I'm going to pass on that. He's slot. Yeah, he's slot. Then Keon Johnson. Can play a bunch of positions. He has good personality traits, a little bit, and he can hit a little bit. He'll come in as a shortstop. I'll probably move him off shortstop as soon as I can. He might end up playing corner, 6'2" frame. I think we've drafted a few of these guys already, but then again, and he's got a little bit of foot speed, but I kind of like him more as like maybe a corner outfielder, first base, third base type. So we might spend some time with him. I could earmark him and say, okay, I'm going to teach you third 1 year, first the next. Your first 4 years, you'll play the 4 positions. Look at Wesley Robertson. Honestly, I might make Wesley Robertson the pick here because he can play all 3 outfield positions competently. Looks like more of a center left fielder with the range and the probably lack of arm. He hits well enough and he's got good speed. So I think Wesley Robertson, I don't know the guy's name. Between him and Johnson, I think I'm going to take Robertson here. And then as we head through, it looks like Tate McGuire. Intriguing. He's low 90s velocity. Could develop his curveballs. His stuff is almost big league ready, which college junior. 55 stamina. I'm looking at him. He could be a good like swing starter, long reliever type. So let's look at now Miles Young. I'm looking at this guy right now, and he's undeveloped. This guy has a bit of a ceiling on him. I'd like to see more personality traits with him before I took a move on him. But the power is very intriguing. Looks like he could play literally, well, in the four corners. Let's see, what about Brock Rain? Brock Rain, okay, kind of similar to what we've seen already. Gunnar Skelton. Committed to Vanderbilt. He's from Columbia, not far from where I live. I kind of like Tate McGuire here. Even though he's got some red flags, but he's got work ethic. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's go ahead but let's take a look at Isaac Morton here. He's kind of limited in his development, so I'm gonna go ahead and take Tate McGuire. Okay. Well, someone took the Cubs took Isaac Morton in the 8th round. Ooh. Oh. Carson May, catcher. The thing with him, though, is we'd really have to work on his catching ability. And I don't know if he's got a good arm, but I'd like to see that framing number. All right, let's take a look at Wilson Anderson. Pretty good metrics here. Low stuff. I mean, it's not much. He's got all the velocity in the world, but it's not good stuff. Oh, we are in ads again, so if you're watching this, hi. If you're in ads, we're just picking players, so no one's missing anything. We've kind of done the big picks. TJ McQuillan, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he's a player I like here, and that's because of his, again, elite first base defensive ability. And he can kind of play some outfield. Yeah. Admittedly, I do like Brock Rain's power. Like, he's got a big skill you can develop. McQuillan is more well-rounded, and he's a better defender. I'm not going to take Carson May here. I like the offense. Um, kind of hanging out here while we do the draft. If I choose a player, I choose. Let's see what my scouting director recommends. Carson May. Okay, he recommends the catcher. I just don't want to have to. I just don't want to have to spend a lot of energy developing catchers. Meanwhile, Brock Rain can play first base. And this guy can play the outfield. All right, y'all. Welcome back from ads. I think I'm going to take Brock Rain here. Okay. It's weird how the picks change from round to round. We're rolling in. We're in the middle rounds of the draft. We're at round 10. Wilson Anderson has big velocity, and that's about it. Oh. Okay. It's amazing how well. All right. We might take Carson May, and the reason would be maybe we can work on his catching ability, but can he play any other positions? Not really. I'd like to see the infield range be a 40 to put him at first. He doesn't have a big arm. So really, he can only play catching at first. Definitely a power bat, and catchers are hard to find. And I would rather have him over Wilson Anderson. So I'm going to take Carson May here. Wilson Anderson is still there. Let's look at Martin Schlar. Mixed bag. Kind of a mixed bag. I think I'll take Wilson Anderson here. I mean, they're both, neither one of them are great players, and I'm not even consider these guys. Ryan Black, like, there's nothing special there. We're at the point of the draft where it's like, oh, does this guy have any ability, redeeming qualities? Let's go ahead and take him. I'm going to go ahead and take Martin Schlar. We're really going ham on outfielders. I think we've now taken 1, 2, 4 outfielders in this draft. Go ahead and take Wilson Anderson here. Ty Fike might be my pick here. Let's look at Trey Ebel. Third baseman who can't hit for power. I'll pass on that. Okay. Wilfredo Morales. Good stuff. Not much else going on, but yeah. Again, I'm looking at, is there something I can work with, and do they have good work ethic? Like Parker Pico might be my pick here because he's going to be, well, the four corners. He's got a little bit of foot speed, so we can develop his base running a little bit. He's likely to reach his potential, which, okay. But I like his stuff. Like this guy could be a reliever for us. I'm gonna take Morales actually. Okay. Now we're finally going on a run of pitchers. Thomas Burns, we're not taking him. Mac Rose. First baseman looks like, but he's not a great hitter. Well, Edmondson doesn't really do anything well. Then Peyton Bonds, intriguing. Oh yeah, we're not taking him. All right. Actually, I kind of want to take a look at some of these pitchers. Take a look at some of these pitchers. They're all slot. Okay, Alicea's low work ethic. Evan Blanco. Got some good metrics. Got some good, or good personality traits, I'm sorry. Nick Bond. Hit or miss. High development risk. So we probably won't take Pochi, Max Grubbs. Low development risk. I mean, there's not a lot there to work with. Let's see. Bradley Lofton. Dylan Osborne here. Charmin is a pretty good crafty righty, which you don't see many of those. They're all left-handed for some reason. Okay. Gavin Van, okay. Wheeler. And okay. Was it Blanco or there was one of the no, it wasn't him. It wasn't Thomas Burns. It may have been Alisea. No, it wasn't Alisea. Oh, it was Capochi. But he's a high development risk. I think it was Max Grubbs. Yeah, good movement. I mean, the concern is that his BABIP might be a bit on the high side. And he won't have the stuff to make up for it. But I think I'm going to take Max Grubbs. Or maybe even yeah, well, he doesn't have much ability. Grubbs. Yeah, I like Grubbs a little better. We're going to take Grubbs. Okay. Um, and then we'll take I'm gonna go ahead and take Ethan Wheeler here. We're just gonna go load up on pitching. Dylan Oborn as a 2-pitch reliever. Actually, I think I like Schofield over Oborn. Yeah, I think I like Schofield. A little more refined control. Colin McKinney's been on our board for a while. But I'm gonna go with Oborn here. I'll take Sharman here. Got one more pick. And with the last pick in our draft, ooh, now he would have been the pick if he had the work ethic. Ty Evans, Easton Tate, Ethan Talt. I'm sorry. I don't like any of those players. We've drafted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pitchers in a row. So we drafted 9, 10 pitchers in this draft. So it's going to be a 10-10 split because I think I'm going to draft. What about Kyle Kipp? Actually, he could be. He's a rich kid though. He's from Greenwich, Connecticut. I don't know about that. That seems like a red flag to me. And I realize half my face is off the screen. So maybe I need to change my posture a little bit. All right, we're going to take 11 pitchers in this draft. All right, there we go. All right, now we can negotiate with our draftees. Obviously, I think we have until the middle of September, but to be fair, we could probably have most of these done by the end of the week. So, ooh, I don't love that. Ooh, that looks ugly. This right here. There. I want to submit that as a bug. Like that's I'd rather have this to be the same color as that. Every one of our picks is under demand, so guess what? I'm fine with these offers. We don't have to do anything special with these because we're going to save a little money. Here. I like that. Okay. All right, let's finish today. All right, we got an important message. Oh, let's look at the fan voting final results. Cal Raleigh won the catcher, so Big Dumper, Vlad Guerrero Jr., who is going to miss anyways. Jeff McNeil, Caminero from Tampa, Bobby Witt Jr., Cody Bellinger, Aaron Judge. Byron Buxton finished third. And then Mike Trout won in right, who has put together a solid season. Personality class is fan favorite. Starting pitcher Garrett Crochet and Max Fried. Aroldis Chapman got it for the. Ooh, boy, he has every red flag in the book. I guess, but when you have a .91 ERA, I guess you can not have good work ethic. National League, Drake Baldwin of the Braves. Last year's Rookie of the Year, 3-win player. Looking good. He does everything well but run the bases. He even provides value to defense because he can block and frame. Olsen of the Braves. Seems to be a pattern here. On pace with last year's numbers. Harper and Freeman. Freeman looks like he's taking a small steps back, but everything looks good. Let's see. Ketel Marte, Matt Chapman, Frankie Lindor. Mookie Betts is a shortstop now. Those are some numbers right there. Soto and left for the Mets. Again. My guy walks 1 in 6 plate appearances. Kyle Tucker, the Dodgers, and Fernando Tatis. DH is Devers. Ober made the All-Star team for me? Wait a minute. Yeah, he placed. He's going to have to. I don't have that many All-Star teams. We haven't looked at the official rosters. I was just looking at the fan voting. Let's look at the rosters, though. Yeah, Bailey Ober was my All-Star there. No surprise. He performed out of his mind for a while there. Walk rate 4.2%, basically best in the league. Got a lot of he got a lot of mileage out of limited stuff. This is my favorite thing about this year is this. Like, anything that provides context is something I really like. And now I can see that, hey, these advanced stats here down here, they mean something now. You know, obviously the K rate pretty low, but he's figured out a way this year at least to minimize hard hit ability. Probably because you go, and again, we can even take a look at this. Zone rating is in the top 10. So, like, so yeah, Bailey Ober was my best pitcher. 6'9". He's been solid throughout his career, so it's nice to see him put it together. All right, do I have any other All-Stars besides him? Probably not. Yeah, he's my only All-Star. Yeah. There's anybody here I want to take a look at. Nathan Eovaldi is still in the league somehow. Still going at it. I'm selling. I'm gonna sell this year because I don't feel like I have a lot of tradable assets to buy. If we look at the standings, we're pretty much at the All-Star break anyways, so we can look at this now. We're 6 games out of the wild card. So I think that's far enough out. We're 8 games out of the division, 6 out of the wild card. And if maybe I was one piece away, I would say, yeah, let's go for it. But I just don't have a lot. And as this roster is not the best, but I've got some guys that I can probably trade for like some future parts. So my focus this year was on kind of getting the minor leagues built up, and then maybe getting a couple of these top prospects up. Culpepper. I'm probably just gonna go ahead and bring him up after the All-Star break because I think he's pretty much ready. Walker Jenkins. I want to get some run in right field. Chop over, yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Especially since he's got a really good contract. He's under team control. I think I'd put him on the and then Walker Jenkins. I'll probably go ahead and bring up because I think what I'm going to do also as we look at my outfield situation, like I don't have much here. Like Trevor Larnach is not the best player in the world. I think I've pretty much put him on the bench anyways. I don't think he starts for me anymore. But like James Outman, like I feel like I can get some value for him as well. Especially with this a pretty good contract. And I'm looking at his percentile rankings over here. I'm wondering if other teams see this and think, hey, maybe we can extract something from. Obviously, the 214 batting average is going to work against us, but everything else is good. He's, borderline. His defense is not great. Defense doesn't match his ratings, and we should get Buxton back. I'm not going to shop Buxton because he doesn't have a bad contract, and it gives me someone to kind of put on the posters. If we got any prospects, I think we probably should. Walker Jenkins, Kalen Culpepper. So. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm trying to slow roll this a bit, but I am gonna go ahead and put Bailey over on the trade block. So right now, my trading block. These are the players I'm wanting to trade. So we're gonna go to transaction. Player trade block. So I'm putting Josh Bell, Jeffers the catcher, Bailey Ober, James Outman, Joe Ryan. We'll get to see how the trade logic works in this game too. So, dang, it's 5 o'clock. I guess I can push dinner back a couple hours. Okay. Let's get through the All-Star. Let's play the last game of the first half. Okay. Well, we're in last place now. Yay! 1-0 loss to the LA Angels. We just got out. We got out pitched. Reed Detmers and his Logan O'Hop hit had the only he hit a home run. So yeah, we're gonna sell So okay, so we're at the end of the first half. Colt Emerson was the MVP. This is an intriguing because there was a while there where we were contending. Like first 2 months, it was like, okay, well, we're 33 and what 22 after 2 months. Well, a little worse than that. And then we kind of crapped the bed in June. 4-6 in July. Not so we're over the last 2 months we are 11-27. So we're selling. There's no need to buy for this. Especially since our Pythagorean record is 47-50. So it's not like we hit a rough spot and it's like, oh yeah, we're still good now. We're not good. We weren't good. We weren't good when we were 33-22. Got a lot to improve on. It looks like, I mean, this team kind of reminds me of my early Marlins teams where it was, okay, well, what do I have to build with? Not a lot. I have a little more money with this team, which that's not saying much. But, all right, so let's go ahead and see if we can shop some guys now while we don't have to play games. I got an intriguing offer for Joe Ryan earlier, so let's see if there's still that let's see if there's still Noelvi Marte. Who's on the injured list? Oh, a lot. Let's see. Well, some shockers and not shockers, but Taj Bradley was our number 2 starter at the beginning of the year. He went down in his second start, basically. Pablo Lopez will probably never see the field for us. Simeon Woods Richardson was our middle starter. Creedler was our starting shortstop. And then Buxton does his usual, like, 2 months on the injured list. Buxton's been out since the end of April. So the man has been in the big leagues for what, 10 years, and he's played 930 games in 10 years, 11 years. '21 WAR because he can't stay on the field for varying reasons. But when he's good, but his body just has betrayed him. And then a bunch of minor league injuries, which I don't know. So it looks like Buxton will be back in the beginning of August, maybe the middle of August, because we'll have to send him to rehab for a couple weeks. Woods Richardson will be back right after the All-Star break, which is good because then I can send down somebody. So we'll make Walker Reed a September call up, and then we'll probably bring up Culpepper before that. I'll probably bring up Culpepper right after the All-Star break. We'll probably just go ahead and cut ties with Austin Martin, who is unremarkable in every sense of the word. We'll just go ahead and do that. Maybe I can try to upgrade the shortstop position, but why at this point? Can Culpepper play shortstop? No. Doesn't have the arm to play shortstop. He needs to play second. Is Woods Richardson good for you? believe he's on the injured list. He's fine. I mean, not been great. Kind of middle. I mean, he is what he is. Middle of the road starter. Picked him up in a trade years ago. Oh, he got bounced around a little bit. Yeah. Austin Martin was a Yankee prospect. Okay. All right. So I want to go back to those trades. Can I do that? Yeah, I think I got sidetracked. Um. Go back to Joe Ryan. Oh, here we go. Noelvi Marte. Would be an interesting addition, but not really too keen. I kind of want to get like players who can. Well, what about Nolan Chanel? Chanel, whatever. He can develop some power. Be an interesting. They, looks like most of the players they're offering me here are relievers. I'd rather get someone through the middle. Okay. Let's look at the prospect packages. Um, yeah, but he's okay. He's played well at AAA. Dream development risk. I don't like that. What about? I kind of like this package. Yeah. Yeah. John Gamble. I think he was a Cardinal legend from my last franchise I did. Low average hitter, but he can really field his position. He can play a bunch of positions. Good understanding of the game. He's got good contact ability, not a lot of power, but okay. So there's only a couple. The best deal here is the Boston offer. Um, the Boston offer here is the best one. All right, let's shop Bailey Ober real quick. Oh, that's a big contract. Wait a minute now. And it's pretty team friendly. Like, meaning if he's still bad here, I can get out of the deal. Let's see. So we can definitely trade with Boston. Um, can I go get Kyron Paris? Is he? Well, no, because why would I go get him when I have? Going to St. Louis, Emmanuel Luna. Okay, but I'm not going to trade. I think there's a better offer here. I don't. Yeah, I think the Boston offer is better. Okay. I do think it's weird that Boston's given up on Campbell so quickly. I mean, they're probably right to. Yeah, it looks like he got demoted in. Honestly, I think giving up Ober for Campbell wouldn't be as bad as in Harold Rivas, who's. I think this is the trade I make. Yeah. That gives me a two outfielders. Of course, we can discuss this, but I think I'm gonna let's see what we got going on here. Yeah. See, we got money problems. So let's go to their prospects page. Okay. I feel like I need to get a pitcher in this trade. Let's see if they've got any like capable pitching in this. Hmm. I mean, to be fair, this is a guy that probably needs to be at the big leagues. Let's see if I can get him anyways. I'd have to give up. Yeah, I'd have to actually give up something. Plus, he's on a big league deal. Hmm. Yeah. I think I'm ready to pull the trigger on this. So Bailey Ober was our all-star. Um, and then it'll be Pena and Hiker. And we get Kristen Campbell, one of their top young players, on a very team-friendly deal. So if it works out, it works out. Harold Rivas, who is a pretty good glove in center field, could develop some gap power. Davros Brito, who is could develop into a very good second baseman in the future, probably the next 4 or 5 years. And then Dylan Brown, who has pretty good characteristics. 22-year-old arm, mid 90 potential velocity. I think this is a good trade for us. And now what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and slide Mick Abel into the rotation. And then we'll make some moves later. But and then we've got, I don't really have any good relievers, so this is at the point where we could bring up somebody too. I mean, we could just bring up Kendry Rojas too to put in the pen, but he wouldn't work out. I don't see where he would work out very well. He's been kind of around the block. He spent the last 2 years in AAA where he's put to work on him a little bit, but John Klein, not the same boat. Maybe we bring up Liam Hendricks for like a last run at the big league level, but oh, he's not a great defender. That's fine. Does he have any minor? Oh, he's got one option here. He was optioned earlier, so he'll play in AAA for now. And I'm gonna go ahead and hard lock him to left field. Go ahead and sign him to AAA. Oh, he has a major league contract. There. Okay. And then what we'll do also, we do have to call someone up since we lost a starter. Honestly, I don't think there's any harm in giving Kendry Rojas, but he just doesn't have the capabilities right now. And he's not someone that is going to be a long-term fix, so we might as well give him some like big league time. You know, just because. Really no harm here. So we'll go ahead and bring him up. And he'll be our longer. Yeah, we'll use him as a middle. And then we'll say use less often. I have 4 lefties in my bullpen. We probably just won't use setup. Or we'll just say yeah, so when he comes back we can move some people around. Yeah, because then we can kind of move yeah, we can move people around. So Woods Richardson will probably be back at the end of July. So, all right. So let's go ahead and sim through the All-Star break. All right. Easton Autry is now on our team. We have a trade proposal. Gabriel Rodriguez for Ryan Jeffers. No. Oh, I got to reject that one trade. Maybe I already rejected it, but I'm gonna reject this trade. I don't want Gabriel Rodriguez. He's not a good enough defensive shortstop, and we got a big of a log jam. Okay, so let's see. My next game is tomorrow, and then our friend Bo Peterson. He will play in the Florida Coast League for. Okay. So I'm going to hold on to Ryan at least for another week or so. But the next player I want to take a look at moving is oh, we're gonna have ads soon. Yay, ads. Well, the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if there's any sort of like, could I trade Brooks Lee for anything? Let's see real quick. And while we're in ads, I'm gonna shop Brooks Lee. I'm just gonna see if there's like any market for this guy. Kinda. Kinda. Safety save. I'll save it. There we go. We could trade for Ronald Acuna's baby brother, but he's on a big league contract, so I'd rather kind of just load up on minor league contracts. Hunter Owen, that's a familiar. Okay. Okay, so there's not a lot here. Victor Mace is intriguing. I've had him before. Yeah, he's got some bad attributes. Let's see. Warming Bernabel. Cool name, but yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh. All right, I think. What about Austin Martin? Is there any sort of market for him? Jason Churio. Jason Churio. Middling metrics, but borderline elite center fielder. Jamar Johnson. I remember when he was hot shit. What I'm doing now is kind of shopping around some players that I'm trying to just get rid of. So when I bring up, because I'm bringing up Kalen Culpepper after the All-Star break. I want to see what he's got. So Ty Harvey, great. Just to see if there's any interest around it. Obviously, if I'm wanting to get rid of them anyways, it's like it's not hurting. It's not going to hurt to get rid of these guys. So, okay. Let's reevaluate our team a little bit. Obviously, since we're kind of transitioning the team over, things are going to look kind of wonky anyways. Like we have Andrew Morris as a starter, and he's kind of been a long reliever for us all year. And David Festa, who's actually not been terrible for a 4-starter. So what I think we're going to do is survive the week with what we have, and as soon as we can get in 3 days, Woods Richardson will be back. But he was only out for, 2 weeks? So he probably just needs one rehab start. Martin's don't really. That's true. Oh, yeah, that's true. We can always send him back down. Yeah. Solid backup. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, he's not bad. I mean, heck, for me, it's like he's got a 298 on base. So we just flip him with Culpepper and make him mad for a little bit. But you know what? Because like he's never going to be a power bat anyways, but he's just got to get on first base. He was my leadoff hitter to start the year, but he kind of fell off. Let's go back. Shoot. Because he wasn't awful all year. Like if we look. Yeah, 310 in April, 310 in 11, or 311 in May. And then it kind of 266, 276. Last year, 374. No platoon split. Well, a little bit of a platoon split. Let's see. Home, he's better on the road a little bit. 326 on base on the road. So. And then batting position, when he hit leadoff, he was on basing 297. And batting eighth, he's 290. So. Okay. Go ahead and sim a day. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and teach him third base, right field in AAA. Yeah, I think he needs to. Well, my issue is he doesn't have. He's kind of limited defensively because yeah, I can teach him. We could teach him shortstop in AAA. That way he can be a backup shortstop. I think shortstop would be the better one here. So here's what we're going to do then. Because if we look in my AAA anyways, like I don't have. All right. Yeah. Culpepper can play short. He just didn't have quite the arm for it. So if he doesn't pan out. All right, let's go ahead and call up. So we're going to option Austin Martin down to play. Then I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but go ahead and promote him to Minnesota. And then Austin Martin, we're going to force start at shortstop. He can already play left, so I don't want to put him in right. We could probably teach him right field a little bit, but go ahead and teach him shortstop. Okay. Oh, Kevin Roberts, he has signed with us, center fielder. Actually, I need to go through some of my prospects and change. He needs to learn right field. Oh, let me do that real quick. Right field. And then what about Bo Peterson? I'm gonna first put him at first base. He needs to learn first base. Obviously, I don't think these matter till next year, really, but I'm gonna force him to play first. And Easton Ott. Well, wait. Force him to play. Actually, they can't both play first. So let me go ahead and put. Let me go back to Bo and maybe teach him right field, maybe. There. He's got a good enough arm to play it. Then, is that all first year player draft negotiations? So they're the first ones to sign. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at our lineup. We're going to put Kalen Culpepper at second and teach him how to play shortstop. And then we'll put Rochelle at first. So we're going to go ahead and go to lineup. I think having him hit 8th will be fine. Yeah. There's really no point. I guess we could platoon him with Cody Clemens if things get bad. But I think leaving him in those there, what about lefties? Yeah, we'll leave him in those spots in the lineup now. All right, let's go ahead and sim the rest of the week. Okay. And then go ahead and send him to rehab. Solid back. Okay. Oh no, I've already read those comments. Okay. All right, we got some CJ Sampson who pitching. Go ahead. He's already agreed. 5th round pick. Jason DeCaro, our number 1 overall pick. Agreed. And then Malachi Washington was our 2nd round pick. And he's going to learn left field to get that defensive number up. Well, wait. Let's have him learn center first. He's not a liability in center. I'd rather him play left long term, but let's teach him center field first. He's already a good defender in left. He doesn't have the arm to play right, so I'm not going to worry about teaching him right field. Okay. Oh, Kalen Culpepper in his first game went 0 for 2, but then he went 2 for 4. So far, so good. Obviously, small sample sizes and all that, but go ahead and sim through this day. Okay. That's just do you need to force CJ Sampson to be a two-way player? Wait a minute. Let me look into that actually. Let me see. Development or strategy. Doesn't look like it. Could we maybe force start him as a well? Let me see. Could we maybe force start him as a DH? Or force start him at first? We could force start him at first base. Let me look into that. See. Let's try something. Oh no, it'll. I want to see what his ratings are as a first baseman. 3-star. He's got better overalls, which no kidding. But could we maybe? Here, I'm gonna do a quick Google search on this one because I actually do not know anything about this. I've never actually tried. No. Oh, here we go. There used to be a box you could check on the player strategy page. I didn't see one. See. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Oh, it's already checked. Right here. Skip the DH when pitching. Yeah, okay. That's right here. It's there. It looks like he is automatically checked as a two-way. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I guess what I could do then is make that move myself. But I don't think they play a lot in their first year anyways. Let me see. Okay. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? All right. I wonder if we've gotten any kind of with okay, he pitched. So let's do one more week and then we'll really hone in on some trading. Uh-oh. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh Oh man, I should have traded him when I had the chance. I guess if I want a reliever. Okay, well, okay, well, let's go ahead and sim to the end of the week. Oh, we got some people retiring. Colson Montgomery might be a good addition. Oh yeah, from the White Sox. Looks like it. League minimum's got a little bit of potential left. Put him at third base. We do have maybe send him in the minors or something. Oh, wait a minute. Jorge. Okay. Intriguing. Well liked by his teammates despite his below average intelligence. He's stupid, but everybody likes him. Story of my life. Okay. All right, we had some minor league players retire. Can we? I want to look into these. These are the type of people who you can turn into coaches, right? Oh, he's outspoken. He would make a terrible coach. He's thick-headed. Thick-headed doesn't sound like a good coach. Okay, well, we won't worry about making them coaches. Okay. We're still only 6 games out of the wild card. Kalen Culpepper is hitting a balmy 185. So I hope you're happy. Oh, he's normal now. But again, he's only had 30 plate appearances, so there's no need to make too many moves there. Okay. That was Henry Rojas is 5 innings, 3 runs allowed, 10 Ks per 9. He's not embarrassing himself, which is good to know. Okay, let's sim through. This save is cursed. Okay, well, Josh Bell is injured again. Okay. Really just looking for someone who can hit. How's Austin Martin doing in AAA? Not bad. Not bad, actually. He's doing better. He's unhappy with his performance, but okay, let's see. We called up Wagaman earlier in the year, and he seemed to do okay. Well, okay-ish. Honestly, might bring up Gabriel Gonzalez, give him some run. Or do we just make the move and call up Walker Jenkins? Well, if I bring up Walker Jenkins, he has to stay. There's no point in sending him back down. They're always hitting the tar off the ball in AAA. But in just 18 games. Ricardo. Oh. I'm just seeing like who we could just call up. Oh, while we're looking at it, let's go ahead and sim another day. Oh no, we gotta call up a player. Yeah, let's call up Gabriel Gonzalez. Why not? It's a good time for us to take a look at some people. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, go to lineups. Gonzalez is a right-handed bat, so we can put him in the lineup against. We're gonna make Cody Clemens our DH. And he'll just take Josh Bell's spot in the lineup. We're just going to do a 1-for-1 there. And then when he has to play it, well, let's put Gabriel Gonzalez in left and right as a backup. There. And then against lefties, we'll probably go with honestly, we might as well just give Gabriel Gonzalez a look at DH. And then we'll just leave that alone. And then we'll bring him down in the order. By the way, how has this move worked out? 397 on base leading off. Okay, so that worked. Okay. Can Ryan Jeffers hit second? Let's look at his splits. Yeah, that's fine. There. Okay, that works. Then we don't have to make a lot of moves. All right, let's sim the day. And now what we'll do is make a pitching move. We'll bring up, we're going to bring back Simeon Woods Richardson. We'll go ahead and DFA Julian Mayweather again. Just to get rid of, just make that move. And then call up Woods Richardson. And then what we'll do is make our lineup, well, staff. All right. This might be a little weird, but we're going to go ahead and put Morris back in the bullpen. No, wait. No, we'll leave him in the bullpen. We'll let him run this start. And we'll sim today. Okay. And we'll go ahead and go to our pitching staff. Well, yeah. Richardson would not be good to go today. So here's what we'll do. Okay. And then we'll I think did his start get over? Oh no. Oh wait, no, that's dumb. We'll give Morris a start. We'll give him one more start. And then after this, we're going to start trading people. We have fewer people to trade because I think I've had a couple get hurt. Is Joe Ryan finally not suspended? Oh, he's got 2 more games. Good. All right, let's just play this one out. Okay. Well. Oh, the game got rained out. Huh. Even better. All right. Okay, Buxton's eligible to come off the injured list. Let's send him to rehab. All right, we got a bunch of trade-off proposals. Let's look. Let's see what they've got. Okay. Jorge Castillo and Tim Fredericksky for Joe Ryan and Abel Sosa. Who the hell's Abel? Okay. Let's look at this. Yo. That's better than any player I've seen so far. And then I even like this guy because of he's got good personality traits. He's not a good pitcher, but all right. That's a good trade proposal. Argenis Kamaya, who's a ball pitcher. Okay, I don't like that deal as much. I like the Yankees deal better. Taylor Rogers for a fringy catcher. Honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie. I like this trade because Taylor Rogers is gonna be gone after the year, right? Oh, he's got $2 million. Like I'm not bringing him back. He's been kind of dog water for me anyways, like mid-4 ERA, like nothing real special there. I can try to extract something for that, and then no. Let's see, Toronto, Fernando Perez. I don't think I want to trade for a guy with a mid-8 ERA in AAA. Doesn't really look good for me. Yeah. See, the Cubs are Kevin Alcantara. Marlins legend from the OOTP 25 Florida Marlins. He was a platoon player, it turned out. Yeah. Khalil Watson. Corner outfielder, though. Okay. All right. Let's look at this trade. Let's make this one happen. I want to look at their prospects. And now I'm at the point now where I'm like, anybody that's got like even an like Justin Burgos. He's got a little bit of ability. Friend of the program, Kevin Alcantara. Yeah, I had him on like my Marlins save from 2 years ago, and I really thought he was going to be something. I traded Rivas for who is the shoot? Oh God, his name's right on the tip of my tongue. The second baseman they had. They traded him to San Diego. Ah. Okay, let's look at that's who I traded. And the trade worked out for me, but okay, Justin Burgos. Let's make it work. Let's see if really at this point is like, can I throw in someone who I really don't want to keep around? And it doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay, so that's not really gonna work out. And we could even go for like some relievers who have some ability, even though I think relievers are pretty easy to develop. We could trade for Tegan Kane or something like that. We already have a reliever coming in, anyways. But we got to get our money situation figured out. Let's see. William Diaz. Let's see. No. All right, so this might be the best deal I can do, which is fine. Maybe we throw in a reliever or something like Gabe Craig. You look good. Oh no. Okay, well, they like Gabe Craig. Hmm. Okay. Espinoza? Oh no, that's too many red flags. Chop Rogers for. Ooh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Um, I didn't even think to do that. Okay, let's go. Let's go prospect package. Don't like him. What about Luke? That's a straight up 1-for-1 trade. I don't think that's going to work. All right. Let's see what the trade was here. I mean, neither one of these offers are great, but yeah. I mean, goodness gracious, in terms of raw, uh, I mean, maybe we just pick up this guy from the. He's better than any of the players that are offered for us. And all right, Eric Loomis. Yeah, let's actually try. Let's actually make this trade happen, and then we can throw in some spare parts here, see what they can work with this. Jesus Juan Sanchez. We start scouting dirt. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Gotta get we gotta get bodies. That's what we're looking for here. What about Alejandro Barrios? Sure, why not? Yeah, this is a way better trade. Let's see. Hmm, that's red flag. Yeah. My assistant GM Jack, exactly right. um, we'll throw in Castro, 26-year-old 2-star. There we go. What I'm kind of going for is like low star players who have ability that maybe we can just send to the Dominican and just let them develop. Like this guy's got good. Yeah. I don't want to take on anybody who has Juan Tomas. That name sounds familiar. Let's see. He's put up good numbers for him. Let's see. Okay. I think I may have overstepped my bounds here. Okay. We'll remove Tomas. Okay. But Tommy White. You like that Causey? The closer? Yeah, so do I. Got good pitch mix, you know, fastball, curveball, and he's got good work ethic and baseball IQ. So, like, the numbers aren't quite even like the ERA is kind of high, but like all his peripherals are good. Good K rate. The fastball velocity isn't there, the but he's got a good fastball, even though it's not fast. So, but all this for a 35-year-old reliever and 3 2-star prospects. So we're gonna make out pretty good here. Okay. All right, let's look at some of these other trades. So obviously that cancels the trade for here, and we got a bunch of offers for Joe Ryan. So I think we may want to try the same strategy that we did with middle. He can be middle relief next year for cheap. Yeah, exactly. So we could also do the same thing for Joe Ryan, even though I do really like I do like Jorge Castillo. Again, medium development risk. And he's actually in their. Is he in their rookie? Yeah, okay, he's in the Dominican League. Never mind. I do like this guy. I don't love that he's not a good defender though. Got a good frame on him. 5 home runs and 160 plate appearances, which is decent. He's got 80 power. I don't think that's going to hold, but his hit stats are good, like barrel rates and all that. So I think I'm going to shop Joe Ryan again. And let's see what's there. We'll do the single player thing. That seemed to work for us last time. Got to find a good starter. It seems like, to me, it's like, I mean, Noelvi Marte is. Castillo looks like a potential Stanton. Yeah. So, like, if I don't like any of the options here, I can always go back to that trade. And honestly, these are about the same level as it was there. Let's go to prospect packages. Dylan Cruz for now. Wait a minute. Oh, well. Let's see what his numbers were like in AAA. Killed it. That might be a better trade, but he would play right on the big league team though. But again, that's fine. What about Robert Hassel, the third? High work. This is a better trade. This might be a better trade. I get someone who's closer to the big leagues, who isn't as big of a development risk. All right, we'll come back to that. Okay, Kansas City is offering Gomez. Okay, that's not as good. Okay. I think the question is, how much do I like Castillo? How much do I? Well, like we said, he's but he's got a good work ethic. But he's 17, and my scouting isn't accurate on him. Not 100% accurate. Medium development risk, which means there's a good chance he's going to meet some of this. I do like that he has a good BABIP with his power skill, which means he's going to hit the ball hard. To me, that suggests that this right here, like when he hits it, he's going to hit it. I think the only issue I have is that he's never going to be an elite defender. And right when we go back to let's go to the Washington deal. Or yeah, Well, where is it? Um, yeah, Dylan Cruz. A little bit better. Well, it's the same thing. It's I think this would be a better trade if I was trying to win maybe in the next 2 years. Power scouting is low. Get another scout report first. I wonder if I can get a. I wonder if I can get a good scouting report in one day. Yeah. Yeah. Problem. Well, I guess if he comes back tomorrow, we can wait another day too. I don't have to trade the guy today, but I know I kind of have two offers that I like. One with the Yankees, and then for Castillo, and then Dylan Cruz. It's kind of like where do I want my ceiling floor is going. Yeah, on Castillo, yeah, I did. I requested a thing for him. Now what we could do is look at Outman real quick. No one's really budged on him. Let's see if um let's see if we can do actually I think any moves I make that I'm gonna have to think about for a while, I kind of want to do them today. Or like on players I want to kind of get out. Let's do it today because I might mess around with those settings on that. I can always pause the uh, trade Lamak too. Or oh yeah, he's got some middling abilities. I'm wondering if someone will. We can shop him. Let's see. Okay, he's not going to get much, but he's ARB eligible, and honestly, like, yeah, it goes from 4.5 to 6.5. I can get that money off my books. And this might be, it's a bad deal. Let's see what single players are out there. Um, Nothing remarkable. Okay. Um, to be fair, I could probably bring in someone like someone on a minimum salary if they're a free agent after the year and just get rid of them just to save the money. Um, that way I can kind of get out of the money more than anything. But then I would lose the player too. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, there's Jared Kelenic. Oh, ads are over. Nay. I mean, we could trade for Jared Kelenic again. Um, let's see. What? Josh Ekness. Oh. He had better, slightly better attributes. I would just pull the trigger on that trade. I'd lose stuff, but okay. Adam Duvall. Yeah, let's look at this prospect package again. Oh, there's another one here. Well, oh, that wouldn't be a good trade for me because I'd have to DFA him. Okay, I don't. Okay. Let me see what we can get for Ryan Jeffers. Doesn't seem like there's much of a market for him. Yeah. Not the single player. What is prospect packages? Not sure about making a trade where now. That's pretty good from like a defense standpoint. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Logan O'Hop was on the list for Jeffers. Are you? Oh, this one. Yeah. Hmm. Let's look at that actually. Because 5.5. What does O'Hop make now? Or what does Jeffers make? Well, he makes 6.7, and he'd be just a free agent after the year. And if I'm going to let him go, this might just be one where I take a cheaper option that I can get some value out of. So that kind of makes sense. Let's see. Let's do something here. We could even throw in a prospect, I guess. Let's see what they're. They don't have great prospects. Let's see. Gabe Davalillo. Let's see. Oh, well, okay, they'll take that. Okay. Let's see. And I'm always down for pitching prospects. So, CJ Gray. See if. Okay, I have to give up stuff for him. Let's see, what about. We'll dig down here into their like org guys and stuff. I kind of like him. I like his production. Let's see what it'll take. What are his ratings like? I'm not even looking. Oh, wait a minute now. He could develop into a good second baseman. Let's see. Done. And this is probably the last trade I make for the current day before the trade deadline. Here's another one with really good production. See if they'll retain salary on no hop. Okay, there we go. So they'll retain some salary there. And then we'll be down to 1.359 in the red. Let's see. Nope. Ooh. Okay. I think they've drawn the line here now. Let's see. Yeah. Might as well throw in another reliever while I'm at it. All right. And they're a rebuilding team, so I don't know. I don't know why they would take this on, but you know what? That's fine. All right. And this is going to be another easy sort of move here. Let's go to roster. Put him on the 40. And then And we still have one roster spot free. How many games has he played? None. Okay. He hasn't even played a. Let's see. What's the roster spot that's free? Is it for oh, it's for the this might just be a screw it and send it sort of thing. What's my injured list look like? Oh, no one's coming back anytime soon. Yeah, it's a pitcher I need. Okay, cool. I'll just call up Liam Hendricks. This is a whatever sort of thing. I could just keep calling up Julian Mayerweather too. Just send him up and down. Yeah, we'll just send him. Oh yeah, we'll just put him back on Minnesota. There we go. All right. Lineups and depth charts. All right, starting catcher now will be Logan O'Hop. Okay. I downgraded my lineup, but that was a money save, and maybe he might develop into something. We'll see. We'll probably have to drop him in the order. Um, oh yeah. Um, okay, whatever. All right. Um, all right. We got a trade proposal. Oh, here we go. Okay, so even at average, he's 75. So it did drop a little bit. OSA is high at 70. So you're still looking at someone with an insane power potential. But we're at the trade deadline now. Yay. 4 hours in the stream. And we're playing the Mariners. Oh, I forgot to while I'm thinking about it, I forgot to put Woods Richardson back in the rotation. Oh, we'll put him in middle relief. Put Morris back in long. Put Woods back in the rotation. He's a little tired, but he'll be fine when he's okay. I'm gonna keep Wallner. Yeah, he's yeah. Um, Castillo reminds me of Gallo. Yeah, and I'm going back and forth on this. So with okay, so we have hopefully the trade debt is still there, but like he's also got good work ethic. He's not lazy or anything. He's definitely like he's gonna have a good walk skill. Even if like we think he's gonna be like a 70 power, 70 to 75 power, at worst 65 power. I think this might be where I just go ahead and take the Washington trade and try to make that one work a little more. Um, for yeah, so let's go to go Ryan. Yeah, he's got a little bit better hit skill and he's a little bit a better defender too. Not quite the arm, but could you trade anyone else for Castillo? Let's see. Let's see real quick. Um, we could see, I guess. Um, yeah. Um, in fact, I think this is an easy one. I ain't particularly keen on him. He's a 2-year minor leaguer and he's not got great stats. I mean, he's got good numbers this year. I think we can make it work for, or even Oliveris. A little down in the system. Either one of these guys, really. They're both 23. Yeah, and that would actually help my salary situation too. I'm getting that money off the books. But now what I can do is we can look around the Yankee system. Well, he's their top overall prospect. So, but I can look and say, okay, um, what about this guy? Yeah. And then we can see if we can make something happen. Well, okay, maybe not. See. Bring in a finesse pitcher who's put up some pretty good numbers. I don't really want to trade for anyone who should be on the 40-man. I don't want to flood my 40-man roster right now. Okay, we won't do Ruben Castillo. I guess I'm having my cake and eating it too right now. What about Bryce Cunningham? Macish, nope. What about Ben Grable? Mac Hewer? Nope. Hayden Kent? Let's see. He can play a bunch of positions. We get in that organizational depth for a 4A pitcher. Richard, okay. Hector, ooh, there's some stuff there. See what they'll do. Okay, that one there's too much going on there. What about? Okay, there's too many red flags. Dexter's Peralta. What about decent power? Okay. Don't love his stuff. Doesn't really bring anything to the table. Too many red flags there. Okay. I think this is fine. Like, okay. So now we go ahead and we take on that trade with the since we got the standing offer for that trade, what we can do is go ahead and go into the trade line deadline day. And then we can kind of field offers for, I think the last player I was going to look at was all right, let's just go in. Let's just go in. All right, we have a trade proposal. No. Yeah. That's just a bad trade. All right. Let's shop. Let's see. Let's shop James Outman real quick. Oh, you have to. Oh, here, let me go ahead and make the deal. Let me just go ahead and get the Joe Ryan deal out of the way. And then what I can do is basically put anyone on the team who has a pulse on the trade block real quick. Um, okay, we'll discuss. And then let's look at their system real quick. Damn. There's an offer existing for Chaffin in your email. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take a look at that as we get closer. As I after I finish this deal, we'll kind of take a look at that. Um, let's see. Okay, well, okay, I tried. Um, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I like the underlying trade here. So, don't love it. Let's see. I'm just going to see if I can finagle one more pitcher in. Okay, maybe. All right. Nope. Oh, Robert Moore, 24-year-old, leader work ethic, and Jose Lean. Honestly, like, yeah, I'm gonna take this one. I'm just gonna accept that one out of hand. Um, okay. I think these are all trades I'd looked at, and because they're all okay. Okay, this is the one I was seriously looking at, and okay, all right. Yeah, Josue Rondon. Yeah. What about this guy? Not a fan. Okay. We're going to pull the trigger on this one. Okay, so we've got that one. And now what we got to do is go to player list. All players, anyone left for the pulse. Let's see what we can get for Carantini. Put him on the block. And Larnick. I got to get these salaries off. Royce Lewis is fine. Okay, so let's see what we can get for Caratini. I don't think I'm gonna get any prospects. Yeah. All right. Cole Sands, who's a reliever, who hasn't been particularly good. Kendall George. Okay, no. I'm gonna go ahead and reject that trade. All right. I was thinking about maybe getting Heineman here, maybe doing a little platoon action. Better contract, 3.4 versus, well, he's at 1.23 with a 3.4 for next year. That'll lower my cap number, and I could probably trade him in the offseason. So I'm going to pull the deal on this one. That'll get me in the green, and let's see if I can get any prospects. Or maybe not him. I'm just going to make this trade. Wait. Let's see if there's any. Well, they don't have a lot. John Keys. Fine, I'll take it. All right. Go ahead and complete that trade. Now we got some money available. And then who else did I put on there? Trade block. Let's see what James Outman can get. Oh shoot. He might actually get me a better value here. Actually, no. Let's see what his 3.6. He might be worth. I don't know if he's worth 3.6. Well, he's gonna be a backup. This contract like. He's our. Oh, we gotta get this. This is a contract we just got to get off the books. There probably won't be as much. Let's see. All right, we're in the last 4 minutes, so we gotta. Okay. This is a get this contract off of my books sort of thing, so I'm really willing to take. I might look for a starter since I just traded. Grant Holmes. Yeah, yeah. All right. Let me just go ahead and make this trade for Grant Holmes. And then that'll get me, let me see if they've got any prospects. I only have about 90 seconds, so. Nope. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. There. All right. Is that it? I think we're gonna keep James Outman. Just because he's under team control and he's only gonna make a few $1,000,000 next year, and I probably do need a fourth outfield. So I'm not gonna trade him now. We're gonna go ahead and exit out. We were quite busy. Okay, so that's the trade deadline. So now we got to clean up the mess we made. I only have 21 players on my team now, so we're gonna have to go to. All right. Well, this is easy. 22, 23, 24. And now we just got to call up 2 more people. Let's take a look at what our team looks like. Let's see. Batters, we have 13, so we're going to have to call up 2 pitchers. So let me look at. Oh, this is probably a good time to look at waiver claims. We'll make a couple, and then what we'll do is rearrange some deck chairs. So what I'll do is look at Hans Kraus. We'll place a claim on him. And then let's see. I'd like a lefty. Drew Rom. Ew. That looks rough. Was he ever good at any point? He pitched for St. Louis a few years ago. Let me look at my bullpen real fast. Yeah, I traded away all my lefties. Let's place a claim on a lefty then. Balance out our they traded for him and put him right back on waivers. Okay. But I don't want that salary back. Let's just call up Anthony Banda as a lefty. Yeah, we'll just call him up. And then for now, we'll call up Liam Hendricks. Call up players I can easily get rid of. And then, so we got to fix our rotation. Grant Holmes. And then, how bad is this team going to be in a few days? We can kind of take a look at some we've improved our farm system to 5th. So in like half a season, we've definitely I think we did what we set out to do in year 1. My owner would actually be happy if I actually, had owner goals. But I think We don't have to do as much work here. Oh, we could put Tyler Heineman here. Oh, well, let's not put him there. Let's put him at backup catcher. And then Dylan Cruz will... He's going to join the lineup. We actually improved our team a little bit here. We can get Wallner out of... Well, I was going to say we could get Wallner out of right field, but he's not that much of a liability there. We can get Clemens out of DH for Cruz. Actually, how is left? I think I'd rather have Cruz in left. Yeah, he doesn't know left field. So we're going to teach him left field at the big league level. Like, this is perfect. Or should I send him down to teach him left field? Nah. Because he's not a center fielder. He's not even a right fielder. He's a left fielder. All right, we're going to move it. We're going to... Yeah. All right, well, anyways, I'm going to clean this up at a later time. I'm going to go ahead and save this. I think we had a pretty successful trade deadline. We made a lot of moves. We're going to have to actually go back to the transaction ledger the next time I play this to recap what I've done. But the month of July for us, we went 9-14, so we actually got a little better. We're still 16-35 over the last 2 months. But Platon Cruz, yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be the move. Because Rodon's been playing well. Yeah, I think that's going to be the move. I do want to teach Cruz left field. And then we can get him some at-bats at like DH or something. Too. That way we can use Cody Clemens as the so yeah, so now I think so we can put Dylan Cruz as the backup here, and then we can make him our primary DH as well. What are his splits like? Oh, Major League. Yeah, he's got pronounced splits, so yeah, he's got pronounced splits, so he's definitely going to play against lefties in left field. So we can definitely that. Culpepper struggled a little bit. Now, granted, he's only had 30 plate appearances, but let's take a look. Yeah, a little bit of a split issue there. So we might actually move Clemens to second. But we'll do all that. I'll do all that the next time I play. But it's getting kind of late for me, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. I've been on for almost 5 hours, and I'm about to hit an ad break here in a couple minutes. So I'd wanted on stream to get into some perfect team stuff today, but I'm going to hold off on that. I might just do that offline. And then we also got back in the green financially. Black, whatever. But this will be, I'll be back on Tuesday, I think, maybe Monday night, depending on how I'm feeling after work Monday. But I won't be on tomorrow. I've got some plans tomorrow. But I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me over the last few days. I've been on vacation, so this was fun. We made a lot of moves. We did a lot of wheeling and dealing. There's the Discord if you want to hang out there. It's showing up. I do a lot of my streaming updates there. Usually you can see my go live notification. There, it's more accurate than Twitch, unless I forget to open my bot. But thank y'all for joining. I will see y'all around Twitch. Go get your drops from your favorite OOTP streamers if you haven't already. They are active now. Next stream tomorrow, Monday or Tuesday. Monday or Tuesday. And it will be OOTP. I'm not going to mess around with any of the other games. I'll probably play some... If I stream tomorrow, I might just do some perfect team drafts or something. We learned that together. Or I might do it later tonight. I don't know. But I'm going to log off for now. And I'll see y'all around. Y'all have a good rest of the night. And I'll see you on Twitch. Somewhere. I don't know. In the end. Well, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. I'm hitting buttons. I don't know what these buttons do. All right. Thank y'all for joining.